Hello and welcome to another Final Fantasy stream. Um, and for this stream, basically, I'm gonna continue my MSQ and finally start Heavensward. Because honestly, when my last stream, I mean, when I finally finished uh, A Realm Reborn. Basically, I was just doing side quest stuffs and basically just grinding stuff, grinding the tribals, grinding for tomes for my ironwork set, and then finally grinding gil, which is right now I currently have 6 million gil, which is more than enough for a small house, which I definitely plan on buying. Basically, once they unlock houses in 6.1, I'm definitely gonna buy a house. Honestly, I don't care for the house, but what I'm looking for is the gardening, because I really need the gardening exclusive items. If ever I decided to start crafting or basically sell stuff to the market, because from what I've been told, the gardening exclusive stuff definitely racks in some um, decent amount of gil. So hopefully I can get a plot when 6.1 comes out. And as for my face cam, again, still no face cam because it's so hot. It's still so hot from where I live, so I just decided to turn it off because I cannot handle the heat. I mean, on top of the climate and the lights in front of me, I just cannot handle it. So I just decided to turn it off for now. When will I turn it on? Honestly, I'm not sure. So right now, I'm just gonna turn it off. And again, you don't need to see my ugly face when I'm playing a game. So I guess that doesn't matter. Anyway, continuing. My next MSQ is at Thanalan, which is at the. Oh my god, let me just click this. Oh my god, I am lagging again. What the hell? Okay, so I just started streaming and again it's lagging. Oh, what the hell? Oh my god. Anyway, I'm gonna continue on the MSQ, which is basically the Scions already left Ulda and then they transferred to Mordana. And then right now we're just investigating something which is I forgot what we were investigating. Anyway, any bright ideas? A solitary flash of insight. No, well then for a better suggestion, I say we try picking Fupulupa's brain again. Who knows? If we work together, we may yet find something or a fuse nestled away within it. Again, it's been a while since since I did some MSQs and I kind of forgot the story. Oh, but it's good to see your return. I have given some thought to the matter and have just hit upon the most disturbing possibility. How could I have been so blind? Come yourself, Pulupa, what is this disturbing possibility of which you speak? I was contemplating on how I was contemplating as to how the thieves' activities escape our notice. Oh yeah, I remember now. Basically, there's this smuggling of crystals that's going on, and we're trying to investigate that. Anyway, I was contemplating on as to how the thieves escape our notice for so long, and then it came to me: what if there's someone among our ranks conspiring within them, a traitor in our own midst? It would be most unfortunate if your fears prove well founded, Fufulupa. Indeed, if for reasons of security, the concerns decided to transfer the remaining crystals stored in Horizon to another location, their plans would be discovered the moment the brass blades were informed. But such shipment would surely be well guarded, with thieves as will as ours risk open confrontation. Mayhap not, but neither would the concern be eager to present them with such an obvious target. Nay, they might instead elect to carry out the transfer in secret. To entrust the goods, let us say, a lone Mikori miner traveling without escort, so as to not to attract undue attention. But who? Yes, the concern may well elect to that, but to travel with so much cargo would be strange to task indeed, and this miner would certainly need to rest upon the way, mayhap north of the bridge to Hammerley. Fine spot for a rest, would you not agree, Van? You lie in wait to the north, and I shall do the same to the south. Forgive me, my friends, but I have received new orders. I must inform my men at once. Call me a cynic, but I would be surprised if these thieves lay down their arms and surrender. See that you come prepared to offer them some encouragement. Next up is where? I think the reason they're investigating someone smuggling crystals because a primal was summoned again. I forgot which primal. Since I'm so over leveled, I can just easily kill these guys with just a few hits. Again, right now I'm currently level 71 and the MSQ quest it's at level 50, so I can just smack them in a few hits and they're dead. The hell? Gang of sea wolf thieves, and in Canada no less. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Sea wolves, all of them, and all with the same taste. In fact, facial tattoos, blue in case you were wondering. Our thieves are a long way from home. Thank you. If you would be so good as to attend the outstanding matters in Horizon, I've inquiries to make. To Horizon then. Fufula will want to hear about your meeting with the thieves. Honestly, again, I am over leveled for this MSQs. My plan is to unlock Dark Knight once I actually get to Isgard, because from what I've heard, the Dark Knight job quest is at Isgard, which currently I don't have any access to. and then unlock Astrologian as well, just so I can do the MSQs without being over leveled, which is kind of boring since I can just kill enemies with just a few hits. On behalf of the brass blades of the rose, I thank you for your service to Horizon. But we have not been idle. While you were afield, we succeeded in identifying the traitor within our ranks. Is that so? Then by your leave, I should very much like to work the fellow in private. I'm afraid that will not be possible. Regrettably, he managed to subdue the unit. What the hell? The unit of blades had dispatched to detain him and made good his escape. And how did he manage exactly? Your men haven't been sampling the somnus we confiscated, have they? Or was he a giant in disguise? I was quite strong, a sea wolf, Lumin born and raised. I believe, but do not worry, we will find him. You have my word on that. Pray keep me appraised of any developments. I fear our time together is at an end, my friend. Our services are required elsewhere. Awfully disappointing, I know, but one must follow where duty leads. You might try to look a little disappointed, or you mean to give me another one of your stoic nods? You do, don't you? Honestly, I don't need these accessories because I currently using the Ironworks accessories as well, and I'm just gonna desynthesize this accessories if I do choose them, which honestly, again, I also don't need. Oh my god, I disconnected. I hate this. I just noticed that during this time I would lag a lot, which is annoying. Yeah, I'm just gonna choose the currency instead. I mean the sellable item. Oh, I'm just gonna skip the cutscene this time. Okay, hang on. There's a delivery. Be right back. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Next quest is had to pick up a delivery, so thank you for information on your next assignment. The antecedent bid me to tell you to make for Vesper Bay. Vesper Bay, where young Alfinod awaits your coming most eagerly. If it was he who requested your assistance. Some commotion or incident. I am not privy to the details. While you do whatever it is that Alfinod planned for you, I shall endeavor to track down our trader's brass blade. And when I do, you may rest assured that he will have our answers. So yeah, again, last stream I actually grinded some more levels as well as skill. Basically, I was selling some items, and when I stopped my stream, I believe I was currently at 5.25 M gil. So after that, I managed to get another million gil, so that's 6.25 million gil overall. And I leveled my tanks as well as healer jobs, just because they're so it's so easy to join in a matchup if you're using those two classes. Anyway, you're late. No matter. I know where our visitor are headed. From what I've been able to gather, this vessel belongs to a band of Domans who seek an audience with the Sultana. Oh, you're familiar with Doma, yes, in Othard. Well, like the rest of the nations of the eastern continent, is ruled by the Garland Empire. Given our visitors' announced arrival as well as the state of their ship, I suspected I did not leave their homeland under the best circumstances. Needless to say, I should be very interested to hear their tale. And more importantly, what they know of the current state of affairs in the Empire. Such information could prove most useful. We would be fools not to pursue this opportunity, do not think. Come with me to Old Havan unless I am mistaken, and I am rarely mistaken. We will find the Domas burgering with a Sultan's horn on the royal promenade. You are uncertain of your role in these proceedings. Insurance. If our guests are not themselves Imperial agents, it seems fair to assume that they may be being pursued by some, and if not, who better than you to have on hand in the event of unforeseen diplomatic incident. Besides, I do so enjoy your sparkling repartee. Satisfied, you I shall see in Uda. And I'm just gonna teleport there. Thankfully, my company currently has a buff which reduces the rate, the charging rate of the teleporting via Aetherite. Not too sure where. I'm just gonna guess the chamber full. Okay, I think I'm wrong. Oh, never mind, it's here. Matters not how many times you ask. Without the necessary preparation, none shall pass. Pray understand, good sir, we have not the leisure to lodge a formal petition. Time is of the essence. All I ask is just you summon your superior, allow me to plead my case. Surely you can grant us that small kindness. No, not what you do. A loyal man with a cold heart, I know his kind will. I hope that you will find me more to your liking. I have not live at your service, friend, which I believe makes me very nearly unique in this part of the world, at least. Few indeed are few indeed are your allies in Olda, yet you will need some if you wish to endear yourselves to the wealthy and powerful. Pray join me and my associate at a quicksand. There you may explain your situation to us, and we shall see if there is aught we can do to help. Quicksand, I think that's the Adventurers Guild here in Ulda. Not too sure. Might as well check it out. And honestly, one more reason why I kind of want to use. Anyway, I'm just gonna continue this later on.
We have traveled some several thousand miles across the sea from the nation of Doma, in hopes that we might find sanctuary in these lands.
Sanctuary, Lady Yugiri?
Aye. Lying within Othard, Doma was under the dominion of the Garlean Empire, as I'm sure you are aware. When the War of Succession broke out in Garlemald, we espied an opportunity to free ourselves from the yoke of imperial oppression and took up arms.
When the war is actually
only to be crushed. And so I gathered what few Domans escaped the reckoning and guided them hither to your shores.
A war of succession? Then the Emperor... Forgive me. You said that Doma was under Imperial rule, did you not?
Doma is gone. Razed to the ground as an example to the other provinces.
12 have mercy. And your people?
On a ship anchored in Vesper Bay, flying borrowed colors. Many were complicit in the rebellion, or akin to those who were. They will not come ashore until I send word that it is safe to do so. I sought an audience with your rulers, but was summarily refused.
The lords of Ul'dah are not wont to entertain foreign refugees without suitable encouragement.
Mayhap I was foolish to expect otherwise, but our supplies run low and we have young ones in urgent need of care. I have seen the tents outside the gates, however. We are not the first to seek asylum, nor will we be the last.
Be that as it may, Ul'dah is no friend to Garlemald. Your tale would stir the hearts of many men and women here. The Sultana and the Syndicate will not be so easily swayed, but I shall see that you are granted an opportunity to plead your case.
This is within your power?
Well, far be it from me to boast, but I do have the ear of certain influential individuals.
I am in your debt.
Lady Yugiri, forgive me for observing, but your choice of attire seems like to evoke feelings of mistrust.
Men are wont to fear the unfamiliar. We know this from experience. We seek only to spare the people of Uldar unnecessary disquiet.
I shall defer to your experience, then.
I thank you for your
It seems I have urgent business with the Flame General. I leave our guests in your capable hands.
Okay, hang on. I'm just gonna have dinner first. Because the delivery that just came is actually food. And I'm just gonna have dinner first, so be right back again, sorry. Sorry about that. I had to eat some dinner first before continuing. Anyway, I think I'm free now. Although maybe later on I might get interrupted again because I need to wash the dishes. Anyway, if I may, madam, as I said earlier, we have been at sea for some several moons, and our supply are all but spent. I have not the heart to repeat the tales of our tribulations, nor would it please you to listen to them. I think suffice to say, however, sacrifices have been made. Though it shames me to beg for more when you have already offered so much, desperation compels me, good madam. If you or your associates could spare any provisions, anything at all, it would go a long way to lessen the suffering of my people. Why didn't you say sooner, Van? Of course, I'll help. You couldn't have picked a better day to tell the truth. A wealthy merchant and his entourage were true to the banquet here on Morrow. See, but just sent word they can't come, meaning I've got a boatload of foodstuff and no one to feed. Best of all, they paid for all the lot in advance. Oh. Go and call on Fridery and Catherine at Sapphire having exchanged that I said to ship the little prince order and to awaken sands. And if they just show them these letters, that should set them straight. Now, when I'm kind of having a hard time trying to talk because I just ate. Not to mention it was spicy, so at some point I think I'm gonna stop talking first. I mean, stop reading the dialogue. She's in the business of feeding refugees now. I normally want to question Mistress Modi's judgment, but that doesn't seem wise to me. I'll not speak for the children, but if you ask me, any man what can't earn a crust deserves to go hungry. Other odd requests. Miyapi misheard their instructions. You know, you shouldn't encourage them like this. They'll start to expect it. You mark my words. I mean, seriously, my tongue right now is burning. I think it was Korean, that's why it's so spicy. Not sure. And I'm lagging again. They didn't give any trouble today. Good, now go and tell Lady Yugiri it's all in hand. I dared hope not for such magnanimity. Magnanimity, much less expected. Mistress Modi is generous indeed. I shall be sure to thank her most humbly. Lady Yugi, I briefed Flame General on your situation. I think you'll be pleased with his reply. I have been granted an audience. Before the Sultana and the Syndicate boat, we shall return to the Royal Promenade at once. You have done much for us, Master Alfinod. I swear we shall return the favor. Not his own, Lady Yugiri, for naught has been given. This small favor you fairly won with your words, and it is with your words. And it is with words that you must win the favor of the Syndicate. Honestly, that's kinda impossible, considering how shifty the syndicate is. You'll be accompanying us. Yes, good. Your presence may serve to remind the syndicate of the true meaning of philanthropy, and that nothing is so unpalatable will be required of them, assuming the demands are willing to earn their keep. Come, the Flame General awaits you on the Royal Promenade. So I'm just gonna teleport back via Aetherite or Aethernet Shard. I wish to greet our guests beforehand and offer my support for their cause. The man or done it matters not to me. Birthplace does not equate to birthright in my eyes. I take great pride in my establishments for this very reason. The Platinum Mirage, in particular, serves as a showcase for the talents of countless men and women born beyond our borders. A pleasure, Van. The others are already inside. Let's not keep them waiting.
Yugiri of Doma, I'm honored to meet you at last, Your Grace. To mark this auspicious occasion, I should like to present to you the finest treasures our humble nation has to offer. Alas, the circumstances which have brought me here today have divested me of both time and dignity. I come before you as a pauper in direst need of aid, to request that you grant my people asylum.
That's kinda hard, since in the previous story in Aram Reborn, they weren't able to provide asylum to the Yalamegans, basically. Their land was also conquered by the Garleans, so I wonder what they're going to say.
I, Nanamo, 17th in the line of Ul, welcome you to our city. Be at ease, Lady Yugiri. Although I myself have heard the tale of your misfortune, I would ask that you recount it once more for the benefit of the others here present.
As you wish, Your Grace. For many years, my nation, Doma, suffered under the yoke of imperial rule, and my people yearned to be free. Thus, when a war of succession broke out in Garlemald, we sought to take advantage of the chaos and reclaim our liberty. Alas, our enemy proved less preoccupied than we had hoped, and our rebellion was put down in the most brutal fashion.
Those who survived, how many do they number?
More than 200 souls huddle within the cramped confines of our own galleon's hold. Yet this figure accounts for but one of a number of ships which escaped the purge.
Yeah, that's gonna be hard.
It is my hope that you will allow us all to dwell within your walls. Should that prove unfeasible, however, I humbly ask that you accept as many of my people as your resource.
That's gonna be hard.
Pray understand, we do not beg a boon, but propose instead an arrangement. We would serve as soldiers or tradesmen until our debt is repaid.
What are the Syndicate's opinions on this matter?
I, for one, think it's a marvelous idea. Lady Yugiri and her people strike me as an industrious lot, and there are parts of the city which have yet to be fully restored. If they are willing to work, I see no reason not to let them.
The head of the Mirage Trust is not known for his generosity. He sees profit in this.
I agree. That said, these are foreign refugees. To admit them would require a formal resolution. Shall we call a vote?
The law is the law.
Lord Lolorito?
Tell me, are you blind or willfully ignorant? Even now, our streets are choked with the displaced victims of the Calamity and Alamigan refugees.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier. So if they don't accept the Alamigan, if they can't accept the Alamigan, then why would they accept the Domans? And if they do, accept the Domans, then the Alamigans would complain, I guess.
They live hand to mouth, subsisting on aid provided by the immortal flames, the cost of which grows ever higher. The wealth of Ul'dah is not without limits, my friends. And need I remind you that these refugees are prone to violence and criminal activity? You have all read the reports, I think. Without homes or employment, it is only a matter of time before men grow desperate and take that which they imagine has been unjustly denied them. Yet, knowing this, you would have us swell their ranks. Mayhap you think the brass blades and the flames are not hard-pressed enough?
Some say the chairman of the East Aldenard Trading Company passes Gil thrice daily. This may explain how he came to be the wealthiest man in Ul'dah. Or it may simply be that he's ruthless beyond reckoning.
Surely the Sultanate can support the few hundred domins Lady Yugiri represents. That our resources have been taxed, I do not deny. But we are hardly in danger of financial collapse. I move that an exception be made.
An exception, Your Grace? I am suddenly reminded of a similar debate some years ago regarding a number of Alamigan refugees, if memory serves.
Yeah, basically the queen, I'm not sure. Sultanate doesn't have any power, and the syndicate has the actual power, and basically, yeah, the Sultanate is just a symbol, I guess, since she doesn't have any power in the first of Ul'dah.
What were your words that day? Ah, yes, the law is the law, and so our visitors remained in Little Alamigo. Mayhap our wise and benevolent Sultana would be so good as to enlighten us as to which other of our laws should not be upheld.
Mind your tongue, Lolorito.
My lord, I share your concern for the welfare of our great nation, but we must endeavor to take a longer view. You know as well as I that people can be a resource still more precious than Gil.
Precious or not, they were never yet so reliable. And unlike those who frequent your establishment, I have no desire to gamble with my future. Ul'dah's greatest asset is, and has ever been, her material wealth. We risk this at our peril. One need only look to Teleji Adeleji's example for evidence of the danger in allowing sentiment to dictate policy. How far the vaunted Mirage hath fallen, both in repute and profitability, since he began employing refugees.
How I choose to conduct my affairs is not your concern, my lord.
A proposal has been tabled. Given its urgency, I move we forego further debate and call a vote.
That's kind of a bad idea since I think most will vote negatively.
To accept the Doman refugees or not. Those in favor, I bid you remain. Those opposed, I bid you leave.
That's what I expect.
Would that it were within my power to welcome you and your people, Lady Yugiri. As you have observed, however, my authority in such matters is regrettably limited. Without the consent of the Syndicate, I cannot act.
Yeah, so again, she doesn't have any power at all. The syndicates are the one who's doing the administration in the Ulda.
I understand, Your Grace, and I appreciate all that you have done on our behalf.
The nerve of the man! If that bastard had not forsaken the eastern trade route, little Alamigo would now be thriving.
With Eastern trade route.
Oh, that you should have traveled so far under such dire circumstances, only to be refused in this manner is utterly unconscionable. Pray, accept my sincerest apologies.
Now that the Empire no longer poses an immediate threat, they see little reason to maintain the pretense of unity. The Monitorists have grown especially defiant of late. Lord Lolorito most of all. But this is neither the time nor place for that discussion.
Honestly, I'm not too fond of the choice of colors. I'm just gonna go for the. Oh my god! Excuse me again. So my mouth is so. It's in pain right now. Again, it's kind of hard to talk. Again, I'm not too fond of the choices of colors. I'm just gonna go for the bronze piece, I guess. So I can get more gil. My people would not endure a long sea voyage, but I feel I will not accept what choice that would be. Roban would like to discuss how to handle the Doman refugees. As I observed, Lorito is not afraid to speak his mind, nor is he like to change it. Of how I wondered how a man so skilled at weighing the worth of things should be so incapable of seeing the value in people. But I will waste no words on him. Not when the Domans are yet in need of aid. Everyone follow me to the halls of flames. Where's the halls of flames? I'm not too sure. Oh yeah. It's basically the Grand Company of Ulda. The Syndicate has spoken, and I see no point in moving that the matter be reconsidered. The Monitarists have made their position clear. Ulda is not an option. Nor are Lem Salamensa or Gridania, I judge, given the state of their internal affairs. I'm guessing they're gonna go to Mordona. which leaves our dormant friend confined to a ship. Thus, the thought of them huddled in airless hold with no hope of better treatment. With that, I had more time to find an alternative place not bound by the concerns. Yeah, that's definitely more Dona. That's precisely what I wish to discuss. I understand the Syndicate's decision. I do. We all wish to preserve that which is ours, especially when we believe it to be under siege. But I cannot meekly accept this judgment, not while my people suffer. Would it be out of the question for the Sultanate to accept us for a limited time? A week, perhaps, mayhaps, or even just a few days? Headquarters of my order. So yeah, they're definitely going to Omordona. Like most outposts, it's frequently by mercenaries and other men of action, and lacks the comfort of more well-established settlements. However, the leaders of Revenant's Toll have been doing their utmost to change that. To that end, they have been in need of able-bodied individuals willing to work for the frontier hands. Hard labor, lest you doubt, but not save food and shelter by way of reward. There's not unlike those which you yourself proposed. No, you will not hear a word said against our beloved Ulda. Revenant's Toll would offer certain advantages, the absence of unhelpful bureaucracy being the most obvious. They can accommodate us all, we should gladly accept. Master Elfnod, once again I find myself in your debt. We do not think we might the life of your people to go is one of hard labor and few comforts, as I told you. And before that, there remains a matter of how they may safely be borne to Revenant's Toll, which will be no small feat considering the distance. Considering the distance and their present condition, mayhap the Olden Adventurers Guild can be of assistance. Look for me there around land. If you and your people will accompany me, we may discuss what aid Immortal Flames can provide. I'm just gonna go to the Adventurers Guild. Actually, I'm gonna do a quick where is that? Okay, I'm gonna do a quick run of Castrum Meridianum so I can get some irregular tombstone of scripture, so I can get a total of 30 scriptures since I'm going to buy an item in the event. Nice one. Did not expect that to go so fast. Yeah, I'm just gonna do one run so I can get 30 scriptures. Again, I need for an item. One run of Meridianum, I think, will last for probably around 25 minutes. At most, I'm not too sure. I'm just gonna do one massive pull as usual. Since it's the usual, it's the tactic here in Meridianum, as far as I've seen. Oh my god, he stunned me. He stunned me. Thank god Gunbreaker has a regeneration skill. Okay, just in case, I'm just gonna stop here. Oh my god, yeah, that's what I thought. I think there wasn't a healer behind me, and I'm dead. Gonna wait behind the door since the boss is about to die anyway, so I can immediately enter the hatch once the cutscene ends. But my pull earlier was definitely a bad one since I didn't hit the other mobs, I believe. I'm not too sure which word to use. I didn't hit the mobs. I just hit a single one. So when the others started attacking the other mobs that I didn't hit, they got the aggro instead. It's definitely my bad. Is that over waste? I'm not too sure. Kind of worried. It's been a while since I have did a run in Meridianum. Okay, I'm gonna make sure to hit the mobs this time so I can 100% get the aggro. Okay, I'm gonna stop first because again I might die. I can actually push on, but there might be the healer might not be behind me again. And for this one, I'm just gonna pull it to the door. Since once the cutscene here ends, that's where we're going. That's where we'll be going. I'm just gonna pull this guy as well. So yeah, this is actually the very place I learned how to pull, pull large amounts of enemies. Because again, this is a place where I've farmed Alagaan tomes, I believe what's it called, Alagaan phonetics. Yeah, it's called phonetics. This is the place where I farmed phonetics for countless of times. Because I didn't wait for the dailies to reset, I just decided to do this place multiple times. And with those tombs, I have exchanged it for the Ironworks set that I'm currently using right now. Oh no, I missed another one. Oh my god, that is a lot of free. And I got stunned. Oh my god, that sucks. And for the next boss, hang on. For the next boss, you can actually bypass its invulnerability period by stunning it at around 80%. 80% and at 40%, I think. 50% around those range. And go. So yeah, as long as you stun it around 85-ish, you can bypass the invulnerability period. I'm just gonna take the aggro to the monsters here. What the fuck? So what's happening here is someone will attack him via the cannon. The boss, I mean, someone will attack the boss via cannon and then they'll get the aggro. And then why is this guy not firing? And just keep the soldiers out in the... because the soldiers that are spawning in will try to destroy the cannon as well as the loading robot. And you just keep them out. Oh my god, that is a lot. And with that, I believe I have 30 regular tombs for scriptures. I'm just gonna exchange that, and then I'm gonna go. Actually, I'm just gonna go back to Gridania for Gridania quick. I'm gonna slot another training to my squadron. This is what I'm gonna do. This is what I was planning to buy the MGP Platinum card. Basically, it gives you 50,000 MGP, which is pretty hefty, I guess. And with that, I have 1.1 million Manderville Gold Sorcerer points. And again, I'm just gonna go back to Gridania for Gridania just for a little bit. I'm making an effort to level up my squadron because just a little more effort I can basically rank up. That's what I can rank up my squadron. And I am lagging again, what the hell. Yeah, I think I disconnected. Wait a minute, not that guy, but the regiment board. And I'm just gonna check if it's enough. Oh, nice one, it's definitely enough. The flagged mission is the one mission wherein you rank up your squadron, and right now I managed to satisfy all of the requirements, which is a miracle. But I still have a session of training, so I'm not gonna take it first. I'm not gonna take that first. I'm gonna use up my daily training session first, and then once that finishes, that's when I'm gonna send out my squadron. Because when I finish, once that mission ends, I'm going to be able to raise my Grand Company rank. And then I'm gonna go back to Ulda again. Because that's the only reason why I went here. Just to set my squadron to its next activity. I believe, yeah, I almost forgot I was going to go to the Adventurers Guild. We are concerned that the Doman refugees may find the journey to the Revenants too much to bear. Too long have they been sequestered aboard the ship, with insufficient supplies and scarce room enough to breathe. Let alone stretch their limbs. With that in mind, Mistress Momodi has kindly offered to accommodate the Domans until such time as they are ready to set out from Merdona. Those held enough to travel will embark as soon as transportation has been secured, while those too wish to leave at once will be permitted to stay until they regain their strength. Transportation remains our greatest obstacle, General. Is there aught the immortal flames can do? I fear that it exceeds our mandate. Where this small number mayhap it would go unnoticed. But the Syndicate will not bear the cost of escorting more than 200 Domans to Mordona. Mordona. That's quite the... When government fails to act, the responsibility falls upon the private citizens. I will engage the service of the 77 caravans on the Doman's behalf. Very well, we should begin contract negotiations at once. Your generosity is most welcome, my lord. After all that has befallen these good people, it's the least I can do. Come what may, you shall ever have a friend, Oda, lady. And you and Revenant soul, my lord. Well, it sounds like we all have work to do. Lady Yugiri, let us put our heads together and settle the deals for arrangement, shall we? I will entrust the task of escorting our Doman friends to you. After you have rested your own road-weary legs, of course, what say you? Again, I'm just gonna choose these silver pieces instead. Alfino has a mind to send you to Vesper Bay. As we speak, the Domans prepare for departure at Vesper Bay. Where from there will be transported by carriage to Ulda. That said, this has all been decided rather suddenly, and it would not surprise me if the refugees required some assistance in coordinating their preparations. Fine, I would have you return to Vesper Bay and facilitate the process through tasks great and small. In short, whatever needs to be done, do it. Speak with a man named Hozan when you arrive, as Lady Yugiri tells it. He has been designated the leader of the first group. There's actually an item to transport you immediately to Vesper Bay, as well as being free, but I ran out of that item. I'm not sure where you can get it, but I guess I can teleport there, although to Horizon, and then I'm going to need to use my mount to go to Vesper Bay. Greetings. Often informed me that the Science will be arriving to help with the preparations. I am honored to meet you, though shamed as well. A great warrior should not be tasked with such trivial deeds. I knew from glance what man of woman you were, yet to have some skill at arms, as do many of our people. Pray for you this trifle, but might I trouble you help around the children that may have been given to my care. They are most adept staying hidden from my sight, but perhaps her keen eye will succeed wherever I fail. You have my thanks, friend. Pray seek out my son Yozen, he can tell you more. Hello there, I'm Yozen, son of Hozan. Yozen and Hozan will be coming with us to Ulda. I heard we're traveling by horse drawn carriage. But don't you think they're queer giant birds that people ride like horses? I still want to try riding one, but what's that? You're looking for the others? Don't worry, I totally told them to get ready for the carriage. I'll need your help though. We were just finishing a game of hide and seek. 3 players are still hiding, and since Lady Yugiri told us to take it really seriously, they won't move until until they're found, but Vesper Bay isn't that big, so I bet you can find them in no time. There's one here. I'm Koharu, one Darko there. I didn't know anyone else was. You're one of those stallions, aren't you? Scions. Then you must know Lady Yugiri, right? Isn't she great? She's really good at hide and seek too. Alright, it's almost time to go. Nice to meet you, Van Darkholm. And I am lagging again, oh my god. Okay, so the internet's acting up again. That sucks. Basically, it's my internet this time around, not the server. Where's the other? Yeah, I'm just gonna switch to a smaller mount for this since I need to look at the corners. Indoors, I mean. Oh my god, where are those annoying kids? Wait a minute, so it's in a small area here. And again, I'm not too sure where they... Not here. Okay, nice one. One of them is here. I guess I need more practice. Or maybe you're just good at this. I mean, the Guardians didn't find me. And the last one, nice one. Oh my god, that is a lucky find. I was just about to go down and I managed to find this kid. No furries and didn't say anything about adults. We get to ride a horse-bird carriage. I didn't know it sounds scary, but if Yosan says it's safe, I'll go. And I'm just gonna talk to Yosan and be done with this part of the quest. All the children are counted hide and seek. I see that you're curious. It's quite simple, really. Lady Yugiri thought it's best that the children know what to do in case the Guardians found us. I should hope that those days are behind us, but I nevertheless take comfort in knowing that we are prepared. Again, another orderings that I think I'm not going to use. I'm just gonna choose a silver piece again. At long last, Hosan is a group ready to leave Vesper Bay. The first caravan is due to depart shortly, followed by the rest at regular intervals. My family and I are including my stubborn old father, Father Homei, will be traveling in the lead carriage together with young Koharu, whom I believe you already met. Though I understand the road to Ulda is regularly patrolled by your brass blade, it would give us comfort if you would agree to accompany us on your journey. Once again, I thank you for your kindness. When you're ready to leave, please inform our coachman. I kinda like the background music for the Titan mount. Just because it's merry. Eager to be off, are you? I was meaning to have a word with you about that. Runner from the Blade says we might have a problem. The first looking beast has been sighted south of the bridge to Hammerley. Might be someone eyes are playing tricks on him, of course, but it don't pay to gamble in this business. Now I know you can handle yourself in a fight, but this lot's here another story. So I was thinking you might go on ahead, have a quick look around, make sure they're safe. And oh my god, if you come across anything dangerous, you know what to do. When you're satisfied the way is clear, mirrors outside horizon. The blades tells me the road they're safe, so I reckon we can make it far on our own. Assuming the self-same bastards won't try to rob us, that is. So, I guess it's a clear-up job. Again, I'm super over leveled for this quest. I'm currently at level 71 and I'm using a gunbreaker, and again this main scenario quest it's at level 50 only. The reason why I'm over leveled is I just again it's because of 6.1. I just decided to farm gil first, sell items, craft and stuff, because before I decided to wait a minute. Before I started to farm, my gil was only at 1.2 M. So I just decided to farm first before continuing on the MSQ, which is right now I'm at 6.2 M. One hell of an effort, and because of that, most of my jobs are over leveled. So again, I can just smack these monsters with a few hits. That's why once I enter Ishgard, I'm gonna take the Dark Knight quest so I can do the MSQs without being over leveled, and then I also have an additional choice of jobs. Basically, once I unlock Dark Knight, I've unlocked all of the tank jobs. So there was a beastie was being the operative word. Well fought, madame, well fought. If only I were in better health, I should have been proud to stand at your side. Pay my son no mind. He forgets that his responsibilities preclude acts of daring do. Be that as it may, I cannot help but envy you. Had we been able to call upon heroes of your strength and skill on Doma, things would have been very different. But we cannot change the past. Those who fought and fell are forever lost on us. Lost to us or lost on us? Lost but not forgotten. Lady Goody kinsmen least of all. They fought fierce as though they knew full well it was in vain. She had every right to walk away, yet she chose to stay. Food, shelter, the promise of a better life. All this and more we owe to her. How does one even begin to repay such a debt? In kind father to she who was given everything, we shall give her all. Whatever works there is to be done, we shall do without question. Ditch, digging, bricklaying, it matters not. Revenant soul will grow and prosper by our hands. By our hands. Well. Kohara and I want to know why you became an adventurer. To gain power, to win glory, to amass a fortune. To gain power. That's what I told Kohara, but she didn't believe me. What's Revenant's stall like? Is it pretty? Honestly, if I had to describe it, it sucks. I mean, it's so gloomy. I mean, there's so many colors. Bustling outpost frequented by countless adventurers. I kind of want to say the last choice, but I'll just see the first choice. What do I have to do? Honestly, the last choice is kind of true, since most of my armor came from Rowena anyways. Won't leave anything out. Why does Susan get to ask 2 questions? I want to know about adventuring just as much as he does. Do you think I could be an adventurer like you one day? Thanks for the advice. I won't forget it. When we get to Revenant Soul, let's make an adventure guild for Domans. We'll protect our friends and punish the wicked just like Miss Van and Lady Yugiri. We can talk more about it in the carriage on the way. Will you be joining us? And next quest is at inside Ulda. Just gonna run over there, or maybe mount. Use my mount instead. I believe my mount speed here is at 1 star only. Although if I remember correctly, I maxed out my mount speed in most areas in Limsa Luminsa. Maybe I just... Yeah, I'm just gonna use an Aetheryte to go to the Adventurer's Guild since I am lazy. And I believe 6.1 is going to release in about 3 days, I think. And with that, they're going to enable housing here in Materia, Data Center Materia. And again, I'm definitely aiming to get a house so I can start gardening. Because I don't care about the house, I just care about the gardening. I have matters well in hand here. You and Lady Yugiri should travel to Revenant's Toll forthwith. Again, I don't need those accessories. I'm just gonna get the pieces again. Arfinod would have you and Yugiri depart for Revenant's Soul without delay. Spat's time Lady Yugiri met the guild's representative in Revenant's Toll. Since I do not foresee any further matters arising in Tanalan, which might require your personal attention, I would instead have you serve as an escort to the Doman delegation for the duration of the journey. Speak first with Slav-born upon your arrival. He's the one with whom the Domans will be working most closely, I should think. Afterwards, introduce Lady Yugiri to Minfilia and the guild emissary. If both meetings go well, the resulting tie should stand the Domans in good stead for which is to come. For that which is to come, safe travels, man. So we're going... Okay, I can just teleport back to Mordona. I thought that we're literally gonna escort the refugees, but I guess that's not needed. Leftborn, that is a weird name. And this must be the esteemed Lady Ugiri and her associates. I greet you all as friends and bid you welcome to the toll. I hope you do not find our dearth of fineries of pudding. Poor though we may seem, we have a wealth of spirit and camaraderie to spare. You see, race and creed don't enter into it here. We welcome all sorts, provided they're willing to earn their keep, of course. We are no strangers to hard work, Master Slaftborn. You may rest assured that we will carry out your orders with due diligence. Oh, not for a minute did I doubt your commitment, my lady. Pray understand, I gave the same speech to all new arrivals, and you need not bow your head, or call me master either. We're both frontier hands as far as I'm concerned. May this meeting mark the beginning of a long and fruitful relationship. Our guests have yet to meet the antecedent. Seven Hills Van, why are you wasting your time with me? See them to the rising stones. Too much is given, much is expected. Forgive me, I require a moment to compose my thoughts before meeting with your leader. We shall join you at the rising stone anon. I'm guessing Yugiri's and Aura also. Speaking of Yugiri, I kinda remember. Yeah, apparently I have a Yugiri minion. That was given me by my free company gave it to me. Didn't realize that I have her minion. This is no use. Our attempts to reach the students of Baldesion continue to meet with failure. Oriandra has explored other venues of inquiry, but they too have yielded naught. We will persevere, of course, yet within our hearts the truth is clear. We are but awaiting confirmation of that which we already know. Oh, further, Domus, I am given to understand you were quite busy in Vesper Bay. May I question the wisdom of aiding refugees when their primal threat remains unresolved? I should not blame you if you did, nor would I deny that this matter falls outside of normal purview. Be that as it may, I could not ignore the plight of these refugees, not when it was within our power to help them. Please show her in. I should very much like to meet her. Your answer pleases me beyond words, my lady, but you're quite certain we have no way of knowing how many might answer my summons. In the event that Revenant's toll could not accommodate us all, we would need to find an alternative solution. If that come to pass, we'll find it together. As ever, it has been pleasure, Antecedent. Alas, we must take our leave as the first carriage are due to arrive at any moment. Should you require aught else, please speak to Slaftborn, Lady Ugiri Van. Lamin and I will make all the necessary preparations to ensure that our Doman friends feel at home upon their arrival. Though I must admit that I am still troubled about the matter of the missing crystals. Mishtor should be returning unarmed with a report from a field. Nyap, you could wait here and speak with her upon her arrival.
How goes the fishing? Caught anything slippery?
Aye. Our suspicions were well founded. The Serpent Reavers are indeed the culprits.
The plot thickens.
Has there been any movement in Thanalan?
It has been blessedly quiet. Which is to say the Amalja are being no more or less of a nuisance than usual, summoning a fleet with such crystals as they have hoarded. Urianger, too, reports not out of the ordinary.
Then we have our explanation.
Your explanation for what, pray tell?
For the recent spate of crystal thefts in Thanalan, we naturally assumed that the trail would lead us back to the Amalja. Yet it did not. It led us across the sea unto Vilbrand.
Vilbrand? Not too familiar with that place.
Vilbrand? There have been reports of increased Sahagin activity of late. Oh gods, they mean to summon Leviathan?
That is the way of it, I fear. Whilst conducting our investigation on behalf of the mineral concern, we came upon evidence implicating the Serpent Reavers. With the aid of the Maelstrom, I was able to verify our suspicions. 'Tis only a matter of time before Leviathan returns to harrow the seas. But there is more. One of the Sahagin, an elder by my judgment, spoke of attaining the gift and knowledge of eternity.
This Hagen, an elder.
Ugh.
Such a disturbance in the ether. If I did not know better, I should think this device defective. And there is the explanation.
Soon it shall begin. Our Lord shall rise midst surging waves to wash away the finless one. And I shall be granted the gift and knowledge of eternity, and with the emissary stand equal. Then shall I know no cessation, no oblivion.
Whence comes this promise of immortality? The emissary? We have outstayed our welcome.
The gift and knowledge.
Are the two of you quite well?
You shared that vision, did you not? Even before the Sahagin made mention of the emissary, I recognized Elidibus's words. He is behind this. But surely it is not within his power to grant the echo.
My lady, Unless we act swiftly, Leviathan will rise again. The Admiral has already requested that we intervene to prevent this. Failing that, we are to attend to the Primal's extermination.
She will have our full cooperation. Let us make haste to Limsa Lominsa. I mean to play a part in this mission. Tataru, pray, take charge in my absence.
My lady, are you sure this is wise?
I am aware of the risks, but there is something I must see with mine own eyes. The true nature of the Echo.
Very well. I shall not stand in your way. On the condition that you permit me to accompany you as bodyguard.
Your company is ever welcome, Thancred.
I take it something ill is afoot.
Aye, a primal is about to be loosed upon Eorzea.
Primal?
She doesn't know any.
A godlike being whose very existence is a bane upon the land. We scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to put an end to their kind.
I was wondering if there's any primal in Doma.
I see. Know then that I am learned in the arts of war. In return for the kindness you have shown my people, I would lend you my blade.
It would be most welcome. When contending with a primal, one can never have too many able allies. If you crave a more intimate understanding of the problems facing Eorzea, this experience is like to provide it. Be sure to come well prepared.
She might get tempered though, so that's kind of dangerous. Next MSQ. It's kind of weird that it keeps on giving accessories, which I don't really need. Hang on, I'm just gonna open up something. Okay. Rainy, should the worst come to pass and Leviathan is summoned, our only recourse? Oh my god. I'm turning into Sahagin. Our only recourse will be to face him in battle, given past experience. You may very well think that eventually inevitable. Yet so long as there is even a chance that the Primal's return might be prevented, we must needs bend all our efforts toward achieving that goal. Before we do aught else, let us hasten to Limsa Lominsa and meet with the Admiral. She will not have been idle in the intervening time and will not less have valuable information to share. For that, yeah, this is the only thing that I don't like in Mordona. It doesn't have an airship. So that means I'm going to need to teleport out. How much is it? 300 gil. Speak with Merle of Command Room. You're expected. Please take this lift to the command room. Welcome, friends. I take it Y'shtola has appraised you of the situation. Let us waste no time then. According to our best intelligence, the Hagen had no crystals enough to summon their god. Alas, we did not count on the Serpent Reavers venturing as far as Tanalan to supplement their cash. For our short-sightedness, we are faced with the grim prospect of Leviathan's imminent return. Needless to say, I'm not inclined to let the fishbacks have their way, even as we speak. The Maelstrom makes ready to launch a large-scale operation to thwart the summoning, and we could welcome the science report in this endeavor. But if God forbids our efforts should come to naught, I mean, I will need to trouble you for more than mere support, much as I did when Titan last walked these lands. I am given to understand that you mean to accompany a soldier to the front lines. I can only assume that you have sound reasons for doing so. But I would rather not have drawn on their nature. I will say only that there is something I would like to see in my own eyes. But I am not so stubborn as to deny the wish of one whose aid I require, but precaution must be taken. I shall require that you remain by my side at all times. With that settled, let us speak of the operation. Maelstrom scouts are currently reconnoitering Sagan's movements with the Sapsa spawning grounds. Upon completing their mission, they will return to the operations staging point at Camp Skull Valley. I want you to make your way there forthwith, that you might be appraised of the latest intelligence. Commander Fulbreda has charge of the garrison. I'm guessing I need to go to Western Lanosea. Instead of directly teleporting there, I'm just gonna use the ferry instead, so I can save up on Gil. Even if I'm loaded, I want to save up on Gil. I believe it's gonna cost me around 200 Gil to teleport there directly, but I'm not gonna do that. You see, my mouth is still kind of in. I'm still feeling the spiciness of what I ate earlier, so it's still kind of hard to talk. I've been expecting you, Scion of the Seventh Dawn. On behalf of the men and women here, I thank you for your cooperation. The safety of our citizen is paramount. With your aid, we will prevent Leviathan's return. Again, silver piece. I don't want to choose the accessories, because last time, I'm pretty sure if I desynthesize this, it's going to give me only around 0.40 rather than a whole number. So I'm not even gonna bother choosing it. I might as well take the Gil. As you may already know, Maelstrom scouts have been dispatched to reconnoiter the Sapsa spawning grounds. It pains me to admit the Maelstrom has never faced a foe like this. The likes of this before. We must proceed with all due caution. Among other things, they have orders to determine where Leviathan might emerge, assuming it comes to that. And yet the return is so long overdue. I fear that it'll may have befallen them. For better or worse, we must ascertain their fate. If it is not much to ask, I would have you aid us in the search. 5 scouts ventured into Sapsa, all told. Here, take this flask of restorative to tend those who may have been wounded. Though it pains me to have to even consider the notion if they have perished. Circumstances permitting, I ask that you recover their bodies. By no means venture too deep into enemy territory. However, we can ill afford to lose you at this juncture. Most of the enemies here are around level 45 to 50, which is, again, I am over level for this place. And I don't have, as much as I want to take the Dark Knight job immediately, I don't have a choice since it's in Ishgard. We were ambushed by the Serpent Reavers, slightly armed as we were. We didn't stand a chance. I was able to flee this far, but the others were captured. They were taken to the Serpent's Tongue, I'm certain of it. I can make my own back to the camp, but I fear worse for my comrades. Save them, I beg of you. Fortunately, I can reach that height, since there's a maximum height in this place. Oh. Yeah, I think I'll pass for now. I was thinking if I should do the... Oh, they're dead. See that's a single, well, not a single hit, probably 2 hits. I forgot that I actually already did the tribal quest for the Sahagin. I mean, the Sahagins are over there, which I already finished for this day. I mean, the reset will... The Beast Tribe quest will reset at, I believe, 3 hours from now. Thank the navigator. When I learned that you went to the Serpent's Tongue by yourself, I fear you would meet unlikely demise. They are dead. These wounds were not intended to kill but to torture and maim. Thus the savagery know no bounds. Enemies or no, they go too far. I dread to think what may have become of those of the two who remain unaccounted for. I pray that they haven't suffered the same evil fate. At the very least, one of my men came back alive, and for that I owe you my thanks. The price we paid was dear, but we have the intelligence we need. As we speak, the Admiral finalizes the details of the operation. The war horns will sound any moment now. Be ready to sally forth when they do. Spirit. Okay, that's kinda useful. Since I'm kinda in need of materials. Although I think I might as well save that for the future. When I have higher level armor. Thuk Brida waits the commencement of the operation with barely concealed rage. Right, damn fishback bastards. I'll kill them slowly and then chase their rotten soul from all 7 hills. Please, Commander, we are here for a purpose, and vengeance is not it. I want your mind on the task at hand, Salvi. My apologies, Admiral. You may count on me to keep a clear head. Good. According to our Soul Survivor Scout, the Sahagin and their Charles have already begun to amass the Aetherite in the depths of Sapsa. If we are to act, it must be now. The men are ready, but we but await your orders, Admiral. As predicted, the Sahagin have tightened security in and around the spawning grounds. Frontal assault is likely to be met with fierce resistance. But we are not so artless as that. Commander, we shall divide our forces and strike them hard and fast at key locations. Our ultimate objective is to take the Sapsa Aetherite and eliminate the Sahagin priest presiding over the summoning. We are not here to kill them all. The Maelstrom shall engage and distract the Sahagin Legion of drowned pirates in the Serpent's Tongue. Commander, you have charge over this effort. Wait, Legion of Pirates in Serpent's Tongue. Be mindful that the lay of the land is a devilish for attacking forces. Let the foreign levy spearhead the assault and have subsequent units fan out to cover their flanks. The self-same moment a divisionary squadron form of galleons from the Crimson Fleet shall harry the enemy from offshore. In the likewise, we Science shall form a smaller units in hopes of confusing the Sahagin defensive effort. Van and ensure that all of you are to make way to the site of the summoning ritual. The Admiral's diversion should serve you. Sorry about that. Admiral's diversion should serve to thin the enemy's defenses, rendering your path less perilous. A small party, I believe, should be able to win through without drawing unwarranted attention. Tancred and Yugiri, your mission is to lure as many Sahagin as possible out of the spawning grounds. Having done so, take your heels and circles round to join the infiltration unit of Ishtar and Van. When all has been set in motion, I myself shall cut a path through the Aetherite, accompanied by Lady Menifera as we agreed. Would let me keep you friends to battle. Indeed, we'll fight side by side. Ran too long ago, I want it. But come, let us away. Getting this feeling that this quest will involve synchronization, which will lower my level, and it's gonna take a while. And it did not. That is fortunate. Gonna pull these guys and then use my AoE. Should kill them fast enough. guy is not getting closer. Go through the second checkpoint and defeat the Sagin that appear. I'm guessing this guy isn't part of the quest, but might as well kill him. Last one is beyond there. Over there, I mean. Pray do not concern yourself. It was but a glancing blow. Come later, it is close at hand. Let us press on.
Damn them. They have made thralls of soldiers and civilians both.
Ooh.
Did I miss much?
What?
So that is how you fight in the Far East. Mental note, pick no quarrel with Domans. But seriously, if I am to keep up, I must needs forsake elegance for efficiency.
Ooh.
To the Aetheryte!
You'll forgive me my lateness.
Then how do you even reload when you're holding two guns?
I've been something of a liability of late, I know. 'Tis high time I set about making amends.
Long have you shriveled, tormented our kind. But no more! Your time is at an end! You shall perish with salt in your wounds and sea in your lungs. Lord of the world, hearken to our plea. Lord of the world, deliver us from our misery.
It's so... I mean... They could just shoot them while they're summoning.
Do you feel that?
Wow, you're just gonna ask rather than shoot. That is weird.
I know this sensation. It's the echo.
What? Such power! It is transcendent!
Wow, so now you're gonna fire.
Seven hells.
Strike me down if you will. It is futile. I have mastered the gift. I am eternal. O mighty Leviathan, ruler of the seas, born of waters primordial, I offer unto you this frail
Sorry
flesh
about that.
that you might grant your faithful servants deliverance. I beseech you, come forth!
Die, damn you!
Foolish shorewalker! You cannot kill that which is eternal!
Heavens forfend.
Damn it all!
Wait, it's your fault. You just watch while they summon.
My being am the way. It should by right be infinite. Am I not immortal? Curse you, emissary! You promised me everlasting.
Where did he go?
What say you? Nary a single ship? Hells take that sea demon. Gather the survivors and get to shore. Leave the wrecks for the pirates. Leviathan wastes no time. The diversionary squadron is lost. For a mercy, 'twould seem the Primal now makes for open sea. But why does he not press his advantage? Unless... God save us. He means to unleash a tidal wave.
Understand, I speak no of normal wall of water, not which Leviathan makes ready to conjure carries more destructive power than aught seen in nature. Enough to raise entire coastal settlements. If his last attempt is any guide, we cannot suffer history be repeated. Yet how in seven hells are we to prevent it? Again, I don't care about the accessories, I'm just gonna choose the pieces instead. Mary Baby's brooding over Leviathan's return. Though our planet cries out for action must take thought. So long as Leviathan remains at open seas, he is effectively beyond our reach. Our fleet is second to none of that, you may be sure, but Limlayan herself would struggle to be the best lord of the world in this element. In a straight fight, he would make meat and much wood of us. We need another plan that much is plain. Let us return to Limsa and see if we can Limsa and see if we cannot think of one. I shall await you in the command room. Transport there instead. We are expected in the command room. Pray do not keep the Admiral waiting.
There used to be a hamlet beyond South Tidegate in western Lanosha. Hearthstone, 'twas called.
Oh, so it was pronounced as Lanosha.
Some years prior to the Maelstrom's founding, Leviathan rose from the briny depths and set about unleashing watery hell upon us. On that occasion, the Company of Heroes put him down before he could do too much damage. But when the bastard came next, this time in the wake of the calamity, we were not so fortunate. Weary of ravaging our shoreline, he summoned a tidal wave which fair leveled Hearthstone and washed the soil away for good measure.
The area was subsequently occupied by the Sahagin.
Aye, the thrice-damned creatures transformed it into a spawning ground for their brood. Given the quantity of crystals stolen to feed him and his legion of thralls, we can be fairly sure that Leviathan is stronger now than in his previous incarnations. If that sea demon is left to wreak havoc, what befell Hearthstone may well befall a larger settlement, even Limsa. That cannot happen. The Primal must be stopped.
That was ever our objective, Admiral. But how are we to achieve it? The sea is Leviathan's uncontested domain. The ships of the 3rd Squadron could not close to within 100 yards of the Primal, nor could their cannons pierce his defenses.
We go by air, I guess.
I have read the reports, Master Thancred. Our warships may as well have been bloody pleasure barges for all the good they did. 7 hells! Is there no way that we might strike back?
The Company of Heroes defeated Leviathan, having first lured him into an inlet, but we must needs contend with him upon the open sea. It will avail us little to consult past experience.
Admiral, if I may.
Speak freely, Marshal.
By all accounts, Leviathan's most formidable weapon is the very sea itself. Waves and whirlpools, tides and currents, all these things are his to command. The key to victory, I believe, lies in disarming our foe. This, in effect, is what the company of heroes achieved with their ruse. We cannot lure Leviathan from the sea a second time. But what if we could weaken his hold upon the element of water? I have heard of devices capable of such wonders. They draw upon the power of corrupted crystals, I am told. If mounted upon a ship, such a device might be used to prevent Leviathan from bringing the full force of the sea to bear against us, rendering him no more dangerous than any other sea serpent.
Of course! Sid built a similar device to grant the Enterprise safe passage through Garuda's Tempest, did he not?
Begging your pardon, my lady, but to give credit where it's due, this is something I heard from an old arcanist friend of mine.
It makes little difference who thought of it first, so long as it works. Beg the specifications of this device from your friend, and I shall pass them on to our people at Naldic and Vermelis. But before we proceed any further, I would voice one concern. Piercing Garuda's defenses is one thing. Suppressing Leviathan's attacks, quite another. In matters of science, I am as a babbling babe. But I cannot well imagine that such a feat would be possible without a veritable mountain of corrupted crystals. The question being, do we have a ship big enough to bear such a burden?
Mayhap not, Admiral, but two might. Recall you the tale of Mistbeard's greatest haul? It is said that he lashed two ships together, side by side, the better to bear his plunder. By your leave, we might attempt to repeat the trick. The gods know it would be quicker than building a new vessel.
Mistbeard did this. Truly, Marshal, upon the subject of the Pirate King, you are as a scholar.
Now, from what I have gleaned of these matters, the device will need to be in close and constant proximity to the target. To wit, we must lash our twin vessel to Leviathan. This in itself will be no small feat. Ramming speed will be required, but given the weight of the cargo, that will only be attainable with the aid of a towing vessel. Suffice it to say, the task of piloting said vessel will entail considerable danger, and I would not ask it of another. I volunteer myself.
'Twill be dangerous for all involved, but we have no better recourse. Very well. Commodore, assemble the remnants of the fleet at Morabee Bay. Give priority to our soundest vessels. The repairs can wait. Storm Marshal Slafierson, command of the operation is yours. I want that twin vessel ready to sail post-haste.
At once, Admiral.
And then there is the small matter of slaying the beast. The fate of Limsa Lominsa rests upon your shoulders once again. Go well, warrior of light.
Being Hilda's god also exists in what you call the Far East. Legend tells us that we walk amongst those walk amongst us in days of yore, but I confess that I'd never truly believed them. I should leave to hold that I should live to hold one is humbling and horrifying in equal measure. Now that I'd come face to face with a primal, I do begin to understand why the Guardians fear them so. What is it? A message, Admiral. I judged it best that it be delivered at once. I am listening. According to the Yellow Jackets, a man has appeared who claims to have defeated Leviathan. One of the company of heroes. The details are hazy, Admiral, but we have dispatched one of our own to question the individual. I am disinclined to put any store by this claim, and even should it be true, it is as Ishtola said. None save the company of heroes have bested Leviathan, and we know how they went about it. If this man is of their number, what could he tell us that we do not know already? And yet, having wagered limbs of survival in 2 ships, some rope, and a pile of crystals, can we afford to ignore this man? If his testimony could yield us many man of advantage, should we not hear it? Damn it all. The twin vessel will soon be ready. We have no time to wait for the Maelstrom report on this supposed primal slayer claims, and seek him out and learn what he knows. At the very least, it will spare you the torment of waiting for the reckoning in idleness. The man you're looking for is believed to be a resident of the Grey Fleet in Lower Lanosea. Lanosia. I forgot. The storm private sent to question him should already be in the vicinity. May your journey prove fruitful. Where should I go again? Okay, Lower Narsea, so I can just use the Aetherite. Okay, first before I do that, I think I'm just gonna okay, no sales unfortunately. I'm actually selling some equipment. Hopefully someone buys that, but so far no one's buying it, so I think I might just lower the price later on. And currently it's 9 PM, so 2 hours left before the reset. Oh, before I actually do that, I'm gonna go back to Gridania and then finally set my squadron to the rank up quest. And I believe everything is ready. Again, the rank up quest is this one, which requires a hefty amount of points, but my squadron managed to finally satisfy it, so I'm gonna bring them in. This mission is bound to succeed, so hoping it should succeed so I can finally rank up my Grand Company position. And after that, I'm finally going to continue the MSQ. I'm just gonna use the airship. Airship. I haven't checked since I don't want to spoil myself. Currently, very looking forward to entering Ishgard because, again, as I mentioned in my previous stream, most of the materials required for crafting the Rank Company submissions are beyond Ishgard, which currently I don't have any choice. I don't have any means to get them because, again, I'm locked out of Ishgard. Honestly, I'm definitely looking forward to entering Ishgard, which, again, I'm not too sure when will I able to do that, and I don't want to know since, again, I don't want to spoil myself. Yeah, it's actually a fraud. It's not part of the Company of Heroes. I've worked 3 days straight without Winkos in 3 days, and you're here for me to complain. I suppose some of us just ain't made of rougher stuff. Argue what you want, never let it be said that old Traktum ain't a generous soul. Pretty curious because I won't be repeating myself. See, there's only so much epicness. So, again, he's a fraud, he's a fake. The women that, oh my god, I'm not even gonna read this. Waiting for a good values, you know. Oh my god. Let me meet in company first, handle the rest. Like I said, I'm modest hero. Learn to live with him and make him best of his bad situation. See, it's actually a part of the previous MSQ back in ARR, and then back then you'll actually know it's a fraud. It's not part of the Company of Heroes. I'm no more I'm actually a complete coward. I have to lie to women to tumble them, and that don't happen much. Live Beatus, but I have seen him with my own eyes. It was a fair few years back when I was working as a baker's hand. I was shirking me duties one day, loitering about the harbor when I saw it. A great big massive serpent, some mounds of the coast with a fleet of galleons making straight for it. Cannons fighting. I was so bloody scared I soiled myself. Just remembering that pain made me soil myself all over again. If you're asking about Livitus, it means you're planning to fight him. It's really terrible, dreadful, I tell you. If you're not careful, you'll end up in his gullet at the bottom of the sea. I can't believe you made me handle the chocobo though. We're able to auto attack. I have tidings for you. The twin vessel is now complete. We will await you tomorrow. Bit Rydock. Pray make your way here as soon as possible, as soon as you are able. The members of the Company of Heroes are actually in Costa del Sol, which is in eastern Lanosea. Just gonna ride my mount instead rather than teleporting back to Lemsa. Actually, no, I'm not gonna teleport back to Lemsa. I'm just gonna ride towards the God's Grip. Forgot what this place is called. That we had armed ourselves with more knowledge beforehand. But it cannot be helped now. I take comfort in the fact that you have faced worse odds in the past and have ever prevailed. You will do so again. Of that I have no doubt. It requires no small amount of hellmanship to tow the whole Horl Eater. I dare say delivering you to safety to Leviathan will be a battle in itself. In order to build a Horl Eater, we have to decommission 2 perfectly serviceable galleons. Suffice to say, their captains weren't best pleased with the notion, but when I offered them the chance to keep their ships and face Leviathan in your stead, they magnanimously withdrew their complaints. We must all make sacrifices for the greater good, they said. I'm told your jaunt to the grey fleet proved fruitless. My sympathies lasts. I'll wager it served you to take your mind off the events of recent days though. But enough of that nonsense. The moment of truth is upon us. The twin vessel, the Horl Eater, I call her, is complete and she surpassed all my expectations. In addition to her prodigious tonnage, she has been fitted with a platform that you and yours might maneuver freely in battle. I would mention also that she is nigh unsinkable, but I'm not one to tempt fate. The Horl Eater, her crew stand ready. My friend, just give the word and we shall bear you to the Leviathan. So someone's planning to leave. Sorry about that, I just had to read my company message. And Ainzar stands ready to send you off to your encounter with the Lord of the World. You are ready. Have been constructed in some haste. The Horl Eater may not be pretty, but I assure you she is capable. She has been fitted with that our own friends at Naldic and Fimelis are calling an elemental converter. Assuming the thing works, it will use the power of the corrupted crystals on board to rob Leviathan of his hold over water. Depending on how the battle unfolds, you may well need to activate the device manually. Activate the device manually. Keep that in mind. It is expected that Hagen and their trolls will attempt to come to the Leviathan's defense. Accordingly, the Maelstrom will once again employ diversions. Tancred and Ishtola would have you assist in this effort. To feel its purpose, your diversion of force must not want for numbers. I too would volunteer my blade. We would welcome it. Having seen you fight in Sapsai, there's a fish pact will find your race presence highly diverting. Sankrit and each thought if you would join the third levy and later you could eat the fifth. What words have I for the woman who has made the sport of slaying gods? Only this, go warily for the safe and forgiving place to wage war. May the navigate guide you through the storm war of light. I would echo the Admiral's sentiments and add a few words of my own. Know that we all have utmost faith in you. May the crystal bless you and keep you. Oh. Didn't know it's a hard raid or trial. Okay, just in case, I think I'm gonna go in as a tank or a healer, so the matchup should be fast enough. And I have no idea with the mechanics. I have no idea what the trial mechanics will be, so I'm gonna work as an off tank. Switch to paladin. No, actually, no. I can just use Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker should be good enough as well as an off tank. And while I'm waiting, I think I'll... So yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. I guess I'll do crafting leave so I can level up my POH. Definitely need to level up my culinarian, so I guess I'll take up some leaves for that. While I'm waiting for the matchup to finish. I'm just gonna switch back my companion. No, not companion minion, I mean. Tradecraft, I guess. I'm not doing much leaves right now since... I don't even know why I'm not doing any leaves. Servings of deviled eggs. You know what? Rather than doing that, I have a choice of finishing up my hunting logs for the Grand Company, since I'm pretty sure this will be required to rank up. And since my squadron is already underway and it should, I'm pretty sure it will succeed, I might as well finish this instead. And if the matchup is still not finished, I'm gonna start crafting. So the first target is at Ugamaro Mine, so I'm gonna go there. And the other one is at Western Lanosea. Apparently I already killed some of them. When... Oh my god, why did I queue up? Oh no. That is wrong. Sorry. I did not queue up for Castro Meridiano. I forgot to uncheck this. And with that I incurred the penalty. That probably just start off from airport. And then head north towards Outer Lanosia. I just hope that the matchup shouldn't take too long. Since compared to normal duties, not much people are doing trials. I mean, many people are doing trials since it's a part of the Relay. Yeah, Relay, but not as many compared to the normal duties. Guessing I kinda saw some markers here, so I'm guessing it's over here, the target. I mean, saw some markers back then when I was passing by through the Kobold's Quest. Yeah, there it is. And first target is finished. Next one is at Western Lanosia. I guess I could have finished this first, but since I was already at West Lanosia earlier, I can just go back. Or I guess I can teleport. I'm just gonna search for the coordinates. Oh my god, I can't open up. Sorry about that, that is weird. I couldn't open up Chrome for some reason. Hang on. Target is Chef Tooth. Coordinate is at 1314. So that's around here. Not seeing it so far. Is now die. Yeah, queue up time's gonna take a bit longer than usual since more people are doing Meridianum, Castro Meridianum for the tomes, I guess. Fortunately, the enemies here aren't aggroing me since I am over leveled. Seriously, the target only spawns at a single site? That is weird. Which is over here. Never mind, there's more here. Next up, Southern Tanalan. Okay, I'm just gonna try queuing up as a healer. That might just work better. Or maybe not. We'll see, I guess. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. And I'm just gonna pass Guardian on the main tank. Probably apply the necessary buff. Oh, that was close. Wasn't that hard since most of the people joining in already know the mechanics as well as they're strong enough. And since mostly I'm over leveled, even if I'm synced, I'm higher than the usual level, recommended level for the quest. Kind of curious though how the trial equipment for those how the trial equipment for that primal looks like. And I am lagging again. Yeah, I'm definitely lagging, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that is a bad case of lag. Knowing the urgency of your business, I thought best to refrain from making conversation during your past few visits. But today I will permit myself a few words. I feel truly privileged to have a horde of admitting a hero such as you. You are an inspiration to us all, madam. And on that note, the Admiral waits you in the command room.
We Lominsons are sworn to strive, till sea swallows all. And swallow all it would have, had Leviathan prevailed. That we still strive now, we owe in no small part to you. Not for the first time, you have delivered Limsa Lominsa from the wrath of a primal. Never has our nation known a stouter ally. On behalf of my people, I give you my humblest thanks. 'Tis meet that I give thanks to old Mistbeard, too, for his fine solution. Whatever else he may have been, 'tis clear he was a resourceful soul. Would that I had a man like him in my service.
Before I set foot in these lands, I had no inkling that the people of Eorzea contended with such mighty foes. This experience has served to remind me of the vastness of the world and the boundless potential of man. Though I am but a refugee in this realm, I would fain be of use to you in your fight. Know that I am tutored in one of the foremost combat arts of the Far East. It may seem outlandish to the Eorzean eye, but should any of your people care to learn, I would be pleased to initiate them.
And I will see to it that they are grateful. I have no doubt that your knowledge and skills will serve us well. Besides, your art is not so outlandish as you think. Would you not agree, Master Thancred?
Naught escapes your searching eye, Admiral. Few are privy to this information, but Limsa Lominsa is home to a certain secret fraternity. Its members are trained in a form of combat not unlike your own.
Yeah, that's the rogues. I mean, I actually got the job for that. And then once you reach level 30, you unlock the ninja job. That is based on the rogues job.
By my judgment, it should not be beyond such individuals to adapt to the techniques I witnessed you employing with such admirable deftness.
I am heartened to hear this. I too noted a kinship between your style and mine own, though it seemed to me that you fought differently in the beginning.
I suppose I did. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents.
Though you may labor to believe it, Thancred was once something of a scoundrel who fraternized with the criminal class in these parts.
Yestola! You jest, of course.
But for a chance encounter with Alphino's grandsire, he might never have left Limsa Lominsa, or received an education in Sharlayan, or taken up his post in Uldar, which is where he trained in the blade, lest you wonder.
Minfilia, please!
It would seem there is more to you than meets the eye, Master Thancred.
Lady Yugiri, I am told that you and yours came to Eorzea seeking permanent resettlement, and that many domins have since been engaged as frontier hands at Revenant's Toll. Moderna is many things, but a place of refuge it is not. Know that I would like nothing better than to furnish your people with a new home here on Lominsan soil. Alas, racked by instability as we are, our nation is in no fit state to take you in. Yet I'll not have it said that we turned a blind eye to your suffering. Until such time as we can do more, I pledge to send provisions.
That's nice.
We are in your debt, Admiral. I realize that it scarce qualifies as repayment, but if it please you, I shall set about sharing my martial knowledge with your people at once.
You wished a word in private.
The better not to spoil the festive mood. History repeats itself, Admiral. As the kobolds did before them, the Sahagin resorted to summoning their god over a territorial feud. They acted in self-preservation. It may be that the Sahagin initiated this particular clash, but how it begins does not interest me so much as how it ends.
I have not forgotten our conversation, Y'ashtola. I am aware that man bears part of the blame for the Primal's existence. Nor am I ignorant of the Sahagin's reason for acting. They sought to secure a place to breed and multiply that their kind might survive. Self-preservation, as you say. But we have as much right to live and thrive as they. If our own survival is threatened, are we to lay down our arms and welcome oblivion? Nay.
And so you kill, that you might live. Yet if living is a right, then that right belongs to all peoples, be they men or beastmen.
I'll not deny your reasoning. But when a storm gathers, it falls to me to see my people safely through it. That is my duty, and I shall do it.
As must we all, Admiral. Stay the course, then. But know that it will lead to no good end.
Man has ever put himself first and foremost. To justify his actions, he clads himself in the armor of righteousness, though it be a fancy of his own making. In this, mayhap the Garleans and we Domans are not so different.
Eorzea has become as a raging sea. If we are to keep our heads above the waves, we cannot scruple to drown the man next to us. When hopes of coexistence founder, strength must determine who has the greater right to live.
So yeah, most of the Sahagin as well as the kobolds summon their primals as a way of defense, since they're being attacked by not being attacked, but I guess you could say the admiral doesn't respect the sovereignty of the kobold as well as the Sagin. That's why, as a self-defense, they summon their primals. And where is the next? Never mind. And that's why I kind of like this story. It just doesn't. It gives you It's much more deeper than slaying this monster. There's more of bad than good. Makes the story more complex. Okay, Xanthara's orders to point you to in the direction of the Lemesa underworld. To the south stands a gate leading a pier for smaller fishing vessels. Look for an unscrupulous man there in the press and present him the letter. He serves as a gatekeeper of sorts. Now, before you go, I'm obliged to remind you that a member of the fraternity for which you would be introduced by they value their independence more highly than pirates and are united by bonds stronger than mithril. To wit, they're invariably wary of new faces. Though it be penned by the Admiral herself, more words or penchant will get you only so far into their confidence. You must work for every ounce of trust they place on you. But here's a letter. Go into the aforementioned place and show it to the aforementioned man. And good luck. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the Rogues Guild. I might be wrong, but guess I'll check it out. Although it did describe the same place. Where is it? I'm just gonna switch back to Gunbreaker. Got business with me, venturer. Let me pen by Admiral. We're introducing Yugiri of Doma to the members of Limins and as yet unnamed secret fraternity. Was hoping I might catch a glimpse of Tancred too. Been a while since I saw his shite eating green, but with all the doe-eyed wenches about, I expect he's got his hands full. He must be the Far Easterner that Merlwib says want to train with us. Welcome to Limsa, milady. Milady. I am Yugiri of Domant, is honored to make your acquaintance. I must confess, when I first learned of your organization, I had certain perceptions. As to the nature of your membership, it would seem I was mistaken. You're not the first person to say that Last Limbs is a city of pirates, to be sure, and pirates would give two farts about keeping a spotless reputation. They hardly need a secret society to do their dirty work. Might be as many people and I keep the shadows, but we got nothing to be ashamed of. It's simply a better for business that we remain unseen. And so I deployed fighting techniques suited to this purpose. We hang on. Something happened to the chat. And there you go. And so you develop fighting techniques suited to this purpose. I saw this instant that our strength lies. There's much we might learn from one another, I think. Then what in 7 years are you waiting for? If you come with us, you get off to what's it, we can get acquainted in more private surrounds. Let me study their ways. Though I am loath to be separated from my countrymen, I take solace in this knowledge that they are in the best of hands. We have a true friends of to us Domans, no words will suffice to express our gratitude. Ere long, I hope to begin imparting my martial knowledge to the people of Eorza. When that time comes, it would be my honor to welcome you as my student. Level 90 weapon coffer. Yeah, I expected as much. Since the gunbreaker item starts at level 70, Yugiri has the air of a woman's bursting with gratitude. Much and more has occurred since first I beheld Eorza from the Ugalin's deck. Suffice to say, I did not envisage being invited to play a part in your noble struggle. But forgive me, I have kept you over long. Doubtless you have pressing business on your own. Rest assured that I no longer require an escort in this land. When next you meet Lady Minfilia, pray to refer her to you. Relay to her my humblest thanks. Would that I could do so in person, but I must needs fulfill my promise to the Admiral till we meet again, War of Light. And again, I'm gonna teleport to Mordona instead, since I don't have. Again, there's no airships in this place. Oh, there's a lot of people here. There exist individuals not unlike these adventurers. Yet without a master to serve, how does one know the path that one must walk? This is our friend young one. The answers to the problem of the present are oft to be found within the past. We need but seek them out. What if you want to solve a problem that's already happened, like the Guardians destroying Doma? That is one hell of a question. He's drunk. Some 15 years ago, a mission took me to Olda. It was then that I first chanced to gaze upon your beauty. I was utterly transfixed. I dare not blink. You do flatter me, dear, and I do believe you have had a bit too much to drink.
I have been reflecting upon the events which took place during our visit to Vilbrand. If you have a moment, I would share my conclusions with you. Please, bear with me. When the Sahagin Elder summoned Leviathan, he employed the power we have come to know as the Echo.
Seriously?
Though I cannot well explain the how of it, it would seem he became immortal in so doing. When the Admiral subsequently slew him, his spirit emerged from his lifeless flesh, a consciousness shorn of physical form. Thus transfigured, he took up residence in the body of his minion with the ease of a man donning a favorite glove. Long have I known that the Echo allows one to pass through the walls of a man's soul. But never did I imagine that it could free us from our own flesh, nor less that our souls could then occupy the next corporeal vessel to take our fancy.
Wait, that actually happened in when Tancred got possessed. I believe that's what it's called. The proper word, I mean.
It was of this that Elidibeth spoke, an existence which knows neither cessation nor oblivion. And yet, though the Sahagin had mastered his gift and thereby become immortal, he was by no means invulnerable. As we both bore witness, he was ultimately absorbed into Leviathan. And the import of this observation? If the Ascians' mode of existence is indeed the same, it can be inferred that they too are not invulnerable, that they can be destroyed. There exists a legend which tells of souls who are reborn upon the cusp of each umbral calamity, that they might stay the encroaching darkness.
Each umbral calamity, they might stay.
To most, it is but a fairy tale. Yet recent events have given me cause to wonder. Could the legend in fact refer to the Echo? Much and more yet remains unknown, but I am confident that all will become clear in time. For the present, however, what matters is that the key to defeating the Ascians may at last be within sight. With Urianger's aid, it is my hope that I shall fathom this matter ere long. Oh,
We came so
I was
far.
just about to send for you, my friend. Is Artemis?
Grave tidings from the Sharlayan motherland, my lady. It doth concern our distant allies, the students of Baldessian.
What of them?
My lady, the Isle of Val, which for many years hath been the Order's home, is no more.
The fuck?
No more? Whatever do you mean?
I relate only that which hath been conveyed unto me by our agents. An etheric wave of the highest magnitude was recorded in the region. Soon thereafter, 'twas observed that the isle had ceased to be. 'Tis postulated that a magic was evoked, like in power to Ultima.
12 preserve.
If there are no other matters, I move that today's meeting be adjourned.
It is done, my lord. I... Forgive my impertinence, my lord, but these orders, I am uncertain as to what end they serve.
Revolution.
Ooh, such foreboding. Again, I'm pretty sure that this accessories doesn't compare to the Ironworks accessories, so I'm not even gonna bother choosing them. And before I continue, I'm gonna take a short break first. I need a drink. It's me, sorry about that. I'm back. Had to drink water, was getting thirsty. I mean, Philo's thoughts keep returning to the fate of the students of Baldesion. Okay, our friends, the very isle itself, everyone and everything. It avails us not to speculate. Oriander will send word if there are any developments. Until such time as he does, we must remain firmly focused on which is within our power to change. With that in mind, I would speak of a different matter, one closer at home. It concerns etheric fluctuations we had previously attributed to good King Mogul 12th. That the king is no more is a blessing for which we have to thank. Yet all is not well at Heavensward. Our latest readings reveal an ongoing etheric disturbance of considerable magnitude. They may even suggest that the presence of the primal. Needless to say, the mere possibility warrants immediate investigation, and I would have you. Silly, I do not wish to interrupt, but we have a problem. What kind of problem? A band of refugees hailing from Ulda. This time oh my god. So the Alamegans came as well. Who seem they expect us to offer the same treatment we gave to Domans. At present, they are even in 7th heaven awaiting for formal response. You know full well we haven't have the resource to accommodate many people. Consider what will happen to this. What will happen if you do this? Word will spread and more will follow. I guess that's what that's to be expected. I apologize for keeping you waiting. My name is Minfila and I lead the Science of the Seventh Bond. We're ready and willing to work the same as Thomas. Just give us a task and we'll receive it done. We've been living out scraps from Ulda for years now, trying to piece together a life to replace the one we got took. They say there's work, but there's not for a few honest man. Not us wouldn't sully soul sooner than his palm and erode. The flames do what they can for us, of course, but they ain't near enough. And it's only getting worse. When the calamity brought us to our knees, those rich bastards in the city wouldn't help. The city didn't help us up. They climbed on our backs. I don't pretend to be clever, but even I can see what's coming. I knew we had to run. The only question was where, and it came to me, Revenant Stone. You took them foreigners, didn't you? So surely you do the same for us. The situation is much more complicated. But it is true that we accepted the Doma's petition for aid. That decision was product of extraordinary circumstances. I sympathize deeply with your plight, but pray understand this is not possible for an organization or for a means to aid all of who have been affected by the calamity. And so with this great regret I must deny your request. The hell? According to the flames, the refugees started a riot. They went apparently lashing out on anyone and everyone. They must be provoked. The demonstration was meant to be peaceful. Notably, they have an excuse to round us up and kill anyone who tried to resist. If you won't help us build a new life, at least help us keep the ones we got. We're not ones to stand idly by and watch innocents suffer. Until we know more of the circumstances surrounding this riot, I am not certain what aid, if any, we can provide. If the authorities determine the refugees attacked by the provocation, then those responsible will have to answer for their actions. How can you be so blind? Find Orphan out quickly. If he's in danger or worse, I would have you and another by his side. Pray do not concern yourself with the matter we're discussing earlier. He and Papa Limo will see to it. Orphan is being treated at the Hourglass Hurley van. And actually there's a raid, Alliance raid here, but I already finished it, since compared to the Bahamut raid, it's not dead yet, and a lot of people are doing the Alliance raid because it's a part of the relay, I mean. And also, I really want to do the excuse me. Oh my god, sorry about that. I really want to do the Bahamut trade, but again, it's already dead and not much people are doing it. Since it's not part of the raid, the relay, I mean. I could have just used the Aetherite, use Aethernet to go there. Right now I'm delaying taking up the Reaper job quest, since right now I don't really need an APS.
Come, you must have gathered by now that Tataru is given to exaggeration. As you can see, I am quite well. Ul'dah, on the other hand, is not. This riot was anything but an isolated incident. There is a restlessness in the air. Tensions long simmering are at last threatening to boil over. Ul'dah is a nation infamous for the great disparity between the wealthy and the poor. The majority of the populace accepts this state of affairs because they believe that every man bears responsibility for his own lot in life.
Kind of like that, the start of Heavensward fleshes out the cities more compared to what Realm Reborn did. Basically, you just go from A to B. And somehow they're fleshing out the story or the lore.
To an Ul'dan, Money is the foremost, and some would say the only measure of a man's worth. Small wonder that the wealthiest wield the greatest influence. So where do the refugees fit into this social hierarchy? What place is there for those who fled Alamigo and the destruction of the Calamity? Plainly, there is none. They have no wealth, no power, and no worth. To the Ul'Dan way of thinking, they may as well not exist. Choosing to ignore their existence, however, is patently not an option. General Rauban and the Sultana understand this, which is why they ordered the Immortal Flames to provide the refugees aid and succor. Yet none would dispute that the expenses incurred by this policy grow by the day, with no end in sight. This has prompted more and more Uldans to question their obligation to aid these worthless wanderers.
That is cruel.
While more and more refugees have come to resent their treatment at the hands of the sneering citizenry. The manner of Lord Lolorito's refusal to grant the Domans asylum bespoke a disdain for all refugees, an attitude shared by the rest of the monetarists. And you may be sure they make no effort to conceal their opinions. It was only a matter of time before the refugees united in protest. Nor is it any surprise that some among them would ultimately resort to violence. That the Immortal Flames should choose this of all occasions to engage in joint training exercises with the other Grand Companies. By the time they return, the situation may well have deteriorated beyond mending.
Again, the piece again. Choose a piece instead. Seriously though, this time around, it really likes to give out accessories, which unfortunately I don't need right now. As I told you before, it was all but inevitable that an incident of this kind would eventually occur, given the rising tensions within the Sultanate. Nevertheless, I have reason to believe that this particular riot may not have begun spontaneously. If I pick your curiosity good, then you will accompany me to the Hall of Flames. I would hear what General Roban has to say upon the matter. No, it's not a good time, Van. My hands are full dealing with the refugees. Precisely the matter we wish to discuss, General. You may credit my swift recovery to your chirurgeons. My memories of the riot is so somewhat muddled. I trust you managed to regain control of the situation. Not entirely. We secured the city soon enough, but not before the unrest and the unrest has spread to surrounding territories. Pockets of resistance remain throughout Thanalan. We have sent what forces we can spare to root out the last of the belligerents, but progress is slow. They're damnably elusive. I can well imagine, given the majority of refugees live outside the walls. It stands to reason that they would know the lady of the land. What I do not understand is how they came to be so well prepared. Before my little accident, I observed that several of the refugees were armed, and not with butcher knives or pitchforks, but with martial weaponry. I need hardly add that such equipment is costly. None can deny that tensions between Uldan citizenry and the refugee population have increased since the Domans were turned away. But would that motivate a starting man to purchase arms in lieu of food? I think not. And what of those who have not been a single guild to spend? Who could not survive without the aid provided immortal flames? Surely they would soon sell a weapon and bring it to bear against their benefactors. Going to the point. My point, General, is that the powder keg of this content was not set aligned by chance. These events were deliberately set in motion, and now order must be restored. That is my first duty. Until it is done, any investigation can wait. I don't have time to discuss this. My scouts will returning on. The general is no fool. He keeps his counsel, and with good cause. Were he to claim without the necessary proof that these raids were instigated by outside forces, the monitors would accuse him of attempting to shirk responsibility. After all, he and the Sultano have been the most outspoken proponent of refugee aid. Regardless, they will face harsh criticisms in the days ahead. To that end, I would have you make inquiries in the settlements suspected of harboring belligerents. Commanders will know which they are. He may balk at a request for such information, but I've no doubt that they can persuade him with your silver tongue. You can persuade him, I meanwhile shall seek answers in my own way, after which we can review answers. Share our findings, well then shall we? You look as though you have something to say, Van. Do you? What you ask is no simple favor. Were such information to fall into the wrong hands, the lives of countless soldiers would be at risk. Even so, there is wisdom in your words, and an able individual will be better suited to that than a regiment. The brass police are reported suspicious activity in the vicinity of the Lost Hope. It may be unrelated to recent events, but we doubt it. I suggest you begin by speaking to the Blades posted there. Lost Hope is at Black Brush Station. I can teleport there actually, but actually it's close enough. I'm just gonna use my mouth. In what brings you your adventure, a search for refugees? You've come to the right place. You mean those refugees? You won't find them here. Most of the people of Lost Hope have come to accept their situation, and are content to pass their days in peace and quiet. Outsiders have trouble understanding that, like the merchant who passed through recently. Gregarious fellow but awfully opinionated. Can't say it was sad to see him go. Friend of the Sultanate, are we? I take this means someone has read my report. The refugees who left with the merchant have yet to return. And I'm increasingly concerned that Zazawaka's suspicion were correct. You haven't the foggiest what I'm talking about to you. Never mind. Speak with Zazawaka, he will explain everything. And where is this Zazawaka? Which inside the cave apparently. Don't hurt me, I'm not one of them. You're not a flame, I see. If Leofric bids you speak with me, then I take it you were good to help. To be praised for that, but because we haven't a moment to waste, everyone knows the flames are on the march. The others have fallen under the fanatic spell, but not I. Promises of revolution and retribution of holding the ruling class to account, and taking which is owed a childish fantasy. Childish fantasy. I did everything I could to dissuade the others from leaving, but few would heed my words. Now that one of our dailies has returned, however, the madness of the merchant plan is plain for all to see. Look behind you under that and you will understand why. Even now he babbles incoherently, so traumatized is he by the bloodshed he witnessed. Try as I might, I can make little sense of his words, beyond the fact that he was not alone surviving. Yet I've no doubt the merchant will lead the remainder of their doom. I beg of you, find him before he does. What are you doing? Don't draw. Why didn't you run away? We could escape together. Follow the merchant and may the gods strike me down for my folly. What they will not give you must take, he said. When we asked how, he revealed a cache of weapons he had brought and implored us to seize control of our fates. I thought about running then and there, but the others were so excited, he split us into two groups, sent us off on our own. Sorry about that. But when the flames found us, we didn't know what to do. The leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing and then fighting, and everyone... Wait, hang on, The flames found us, we didn't know what to do. Our leader tried to parley with theirs, but then they started arguing and then fighting, and then... Everyone was fighting and the flames were shouting to give no quarter, and... Oh gods, the other group, they're still out there. If you don't stop them, they'll be massacred like mine was. Gonna choose the pieces again and continue. The terrified refugee would have him find his brethren and convince them to lay down their arms. The other refugees are hiding in the caves south of Lost Hope, but to approach them would be fruitless. They would sooner call us agents of the Sultanate and try to kill us than return. Agents of the Sultanate try to kill us and then listen to reason. Why the twins might even deign to do the deed themselves. A pox on all bloody sell swords. They were supposed to train us to fight, but the ones he sent with us vanished during the struggle. Oh, if only we had never listened to the merchant's ridiculous claims. He said our cause was righteous, that the gods would never suffer us to be freed. If they were forced to confront reality, that's it. Challenge the twins to the combat and showed my brethren that they're the strongest warriors are no match for one woman. Yep, then we will agree to lay down their arms and journals. This plot. Where is that? The survivor believes that the other witches will lay down their arms if they see the first time that they cannot stand against veteran warriors. To that end, he asks that you seek them out in the cave south of Lost Hope and challenge their leaders. Twins steal swords to combat and defeat them as well as all. To combat and defeat them as all watch. Where is Lost Hope? Not too sure I can enter there. I can enter, I mean... Everyone grab your gear and make for the rendezvous point. So that's your game, is it? Sorry to disappoint you last, but we're more than ready to kill yourselves. We'll see about that! Again, it kinda sucks that I'm over leveled. I'm literally smacking them to death. Just a few hits. Kinda makes it less epic. Speak with a desperate refugee. You beat him like it was nothing. Nah, I'm just over leveled. Follow Almighty, what we're gonna do now. You've returned. Did you find my brethren and what of the twins? What happened? You had no choice better than a handful of them taking a beating from you than the lot get butchered by the flames. What did the merchants have to say when it was over? Where else would be unless you went to Stone's Throw to recruit others? Next one, the terrified refugee would have you find the shady figure who is trying to steer dissent among his brethren. The merchant wished to approach the refugee in Stone's Throw, but was waiting until the flames withdrew their forces from the vicinity. Now that they have, there's nothing to stop him from continuing his work. How many more must perish before the pursuit of this futile cause? How much more suffering must we endure for it before it ends? And that's still in the same map, so I'm just gonna use my mod. Charm. Have you seen my parents? They told me to stay here with the others. They said they'd be back soon, but it's been days. They left with the man. They left with the man from Olda. The man said they were gonna change everything, make it so we could live what's inside the walls with everyone else. I liked it when he said that. I didn't like it when he talked about making the rich people pay. Everyone looked so angry and I got scared. Believe merchant is the best way to describe it. You mean the man who left with my parents, but I don't know where he... I think that's him. Oh, you're dead. Why are you pursuing me? That's preposterous. Who was fill your head with these lies, refugees? The self-same refugees who terrorized the street of Ulda. You have no evidence to prove your accusation. Yes, I did, dude. Yes, I did do the things you claim. Surely you don't think I've kicked your ass about politics. It was business, only business. It's gonna get assassinated. Thought so. Kind of weird that they didn't accuse the player of killing the guy. This man was responsible for the recent riots. Mayhap we always murder a debt of gratitude. In any case, it's obvious you're not the one whom you are not the one whom we seek. You may carry out your investigations, Iron. What news, Van? Where is the merchant? Murdered. Damn it all to the seventh hell. He was not simply murdered, Van. He was silenced. Too many knew his face, and he was ready to divulge his secrets. Do not despair, though. We may be closer to identifying the true orchestrator of these riots than you realize. Swift has a message for you from General Robot. The Flame General left word that you were to proceed to the Fragrant Chamber as soon as you return. He wishes to discuss your recent discoveries as well as the result of your own investigation. Master Alfin has already been informed and should be waiting for you outside. Pray proceed to the Royal Promenade with all haste and speak with Bartholomew. Chamber of Food, I think. Excellent work, Van. The information you brought us helped me persuade General Ban to call this meeting. Mayhap now we can discuss matters openly and honestly. We have been expecting you, Madame. Please proceed inside. Honestly, again, the stats are really bad for the accessories.
Commander Swift has kept us apprised of your recent activities. You've made great strides towards quelling the violence.
Despite our best efforts to determine what provoked this uprising, the truth continues to elude us. Have you uncovered aught which might shed some light on the mystery?
This information does not leave this room. The Syndicate's decision to reject the Doman refugees' appeal for asylum had lasting repercussions. A number of those displaced by the calamity claimed it was proof of a policy of discrimination.
Checked out the Doman's regime seem.
Together with a group of Alamegan refugees, they organized a series of demonstrations to protest against the Sultanate. Demonstrations which became heated, but did not descend into violence. Until a certain incident served as a call to arms.
A unit of brass blades sent to supervise a demonstration loosed arrows upon unarmed protesters.
Demonstration loose around.
It was this atrocity which prompted the refugees to take up arms. I need not tell you what followed.
We assumed at first that the attack was born of a miscommunication. When emotions run high, they happen. But suspicions were raised regarding the unit's commanding officer, whom I ordered interrogated. Sure enough, our fears were soon confirmed. The dog confessed that a merchant had offered him coin to give the order. A merchant in the employ of Teleji Adeleji.
Teleji Adeleji? But he spoke in favor of the Doman's cause, and has ever seemed sympathetic towards the refugees' plight. Why would he do such a thing?
Know you of the Cartano Reclamation Bill? It is a proposal to annex the Cartano Flats so that refugees may establish permanent settlements.
Hard to know, seriously.
When last I looked, that was disputed territory.
Aye. Some might even call it a battlefield.
Yeah, that's where the battle years ago happened, where Bahamut destroyed. I mean, Bahamut descended on the sky. Descended above the sky, I mean.
The destruction wrought by Bahamut was greatest at the Cartano Flats. That much is common knowledge. What is less well known is that his rampage laid bare ancient Alagon ruins, of which no record existed. There are certain differences of opinion as to how these ruins should be handled, which is why each nation maintains a military presence in the region to this day. Yet differ though we may, we are still allies. Therefore, in the interest of preserving the Eorzean alliance, we have reached an agreement. Any conflict which may arise during the course of military exercises in the region shall have no bearing on relations between our nations. In full knowledge of this delicate state of affairs, Teleji Adeleji proposed the Cartano Reclamation Bill.
Oh. So basically they're claiming that Cartano is theirs?
A shameless bloody ruse which stands to benefit him in but one conceivable way. If successful, he will gain control over the disputed territory under the guise of assisting in the resettlement effort. And you can be sure he'll build an orphanage next to every Alagon ruin.
The man would threaten the unity of the Eorzean alliance and risk countless lives for personal gain.
No wonder he'd like to recruit the Domans for his effort.
He walks a path all his own, independent of any faction and beholden to none of his fellows on the Syndicate.
By inciting the less fortunate to violence, he hopes to convince others that the Cartano Reclamation Bill is the only viable solution. His sympathy for the plight of the Domans was not but posturing to gain credibility with the refugees. Of that there can be no doubt.
Forgive me, but what could possibly motivate Teleji Adeleji to go to such lengths? What is so special about these ruins that he would risk his position on the Syndicate, and, most likely, charges of treason against the Sultanate?
Omega.
Pardon?
An Alagon monstrosity, not unlike the Ultima weapon. Mayhap larger, we know not. It has yet to be fully excavated. Alagon inscriptions indicate that it was created to fell Bahamut himself. If accurate, it might explain why Nail Van Darnus chose to bring the Red Moon down upon the Cartano Flats. Given the ends he went to ensure Eorzea's annihilation, destroying the one weapon which could stay the Elder Primal may well have seemed like good sense.
Oh.
When first I bore witness to the power of the Ultima weapon, I doubted the evidence of my senses. And now you tell me there is another such weapon. One which could contend with Bahamut. Bahamut!
Aye, we were skeptical ourselves. Truth be told, until the Ultima weapon's existence came to light, we thought the inscription had been mistranslated.
At present, Omega is more akin to a fossil than a tool of war, having long since ceased to function. As such, its true potential cannot accurately be gauged. However, if someone were to restore it, as the Garleans did the Ultima weapon, I have little doubt that he would wield untold power.
Power enough to subjugate Uldar like as not, and the rest of Eorzea besides, which is doubtless why Teleji Adeleji yearns to have it.
that he should aspire to world domination. He who has ever walked 2 paces behind Lord Lolorito in matters of commerce.
Tis in acknowledgement of his own limitations that he seeks this power. Woe betide us all should we allow him to have it.
Pray waste no time chasing rats. Only a fool would believe that secrets can be kept in Ul'dah.
It would seem the implications of the Sultanate's refugee problem are rather more far-reaching than we assumed.
And next one. I thought that I've just finished the quest and I'm choosing a reward. That's why I was clicking in the options. I should be glad to know the truth, and I should be glad to know the truth, and yet not that thought that all of this chaos was the product of one man's lust for power sickens me. How long do you think they intend to hide the existence of Omega? The existence of Omega from the science? They even felt the need to do so in most troubling. It's best interest to learn more from the entire activities in the distributed territories. Fortunately, you're already well positioned to do so. Lieutenant Darkonium, please keep us informed of the weapons in Cartono. We visited Stone Straw as well, I see. Did you find the man? Were my parents with him? There were not, I'm afraid. However, I can think of several places they might be. Feel like we can go and look for them together. Of course, but first I must needs finish with my friend. She's telling me a secret. You see, no one else is allowed to listen. Maybe you could wait for me by the pillow over there. I'll take her to Quicksand. Mayhap Momodi will know what to do. A legion of guardians and a terrier. Either starved primal, even dealing with an Asian would be preferable to this charade. Sometimes I fear my Ophilia is too ambitious. We are hither and yon in response to threats and as they arise, without concern for the strains and without concern for the strain it places to our limited resources and ourselves. Mayhap the time has come for a change. Man, this is Menphilia. I know this is sudden, but I must ask you to return to Revenant Soap with all due haste. The situation at 12 has taken to... The situation at 12's Wood has taken a return for the worst. I will explain it in detail once you arrive. Then the primal threats she spoke of before has been confirmed. I have received no reports of a shoddy activity which leaves the sylphs. Govan, you know as well as I that the appearance of primal takes precedence over all else. When you arrive, do inform the antecedent that while I am grateful for her concern, she need fear for my safety. I am more than capable of protecting myself. Kind of forgot which primal the sylphs are worshipping. They were mostly neutral during ARR at Realm Reborn. It's a relief to see you healthy and hale, Van. The latest news from Ulda was most disturbing. Clearly, the only injury of Alfinod suffered was to his ego. Doubtless, it will hear ere long. The other science will need to be present for this meeting. If you're ready to begin, I will summon them now. Minfilia wished to discuss the latest threat to arise in the Black Shroud. Thank you for responding to my call with such haste. Rest assured, I should not have summoned you were it not urgent. To business then. I have received some disturbing news from the Order of the Twin Adder. They have reason to believe that the sylphs may have called forth their revered guardian, the primal Ramu. Yeah, the Ramu, I forgot which element Ramu is based on. I think lightning, not too sure. May have. The elder seeds here for us that the elemental themselves murmur the Lord. Yeah, definitely lightning. Lord of Levin's return of the forest. The Sylphlands, however, display no signs of undue commotion. Forgive me, antecedent, but the fact need not contradict the elementals. Testimony only like his more bellicose compeers. The fact need not contradict the elemental's testimony. Unlike his more bellicose compeers, Garuda and so on, Ramu is reputed to act only in defense of his children. I imagine he would soon make his presence known if any were foolish enough to directly endanger the souls of their territory. The abruptness of this development concerns me. Were we not keeping a close watch on the touched ones and their movements? If the preparation for a summoning ritual were indeed underway, it would surely not have escaped your notice. It didn't. I was pretty sure it was going to happen, just not this soon. I beg your pardon, you foresaw this eventually and did not prevent it. I told you, Papa Lima, I suppose I could have reported things to Minfilia earlier. But there honestly wasn't much we could do except wait and see. You know how the Sylphs feel about poking around their territory. They already summoned Ramu once right after the calamity, but that was because the Garleans came tramping through their forest. And so long as Castrum Orient stands, the Sylph cannot be blamed for wishing to have your guardian deity on hand. In short, Ida and I are in agreement. The action of the forest folk were inevitable and unavoidable. And I maintain the observation would have remained best policy had it not been for this sudden influx of strangers into the Black Shroud that, alas, did not foresee. By all accounts, the recent violence in Ulda drove a number of refugees to seek safety under the concealing canopies of the trees. It's like the Sylphs perceived this panic migration as yet another invasion and quickened their effort to summon their god. I am put in mind of Titan and Kobolds once again. It is affairs of men which have paved the way for a primal's coming. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder the manner of place Eros would be without the civilizing influence of mankind. Be that as it may, this regrettable development does afford us one unique opportunity. Van, through your dealings with the self of little Solace, you once succeeded in preventing an untimely conflict with Gridania. I wonder, might one has treated with the self so fruitfully in the past not achieve a similar success with their patron deity? If Ramu can be convinced of your intentions, it may be the first step to breaking the cycle of primal summoning. A fond hope where such thing as possible would not have been up to war with the beastmen since time immemorial. But maybe this time we can. Let's continue discussion on we must need first consult with the nation most affected by Ramu's presence. The Elder Seeds here has requested your personal involvement. Man, pray report to the commander. Commander Hulox at the Adder's Nest as soon as you're able. Seal yourself for the worst. Well, I hope for the peaceful resolution to this matter. Experience suggests that your meeting with the Lords of Levin will prove less amiable. In such an event, your fellow Saiyans will of course lend you whatever support you require. Okay, it's getting kind of late, so I'm gonna continue this in the next stream. Again, it's 11 p.m. from where I live, and I'm gonna sleep now, and I'm getting kind of tired. So anyway, thank you for watching the stream, or thank you for watching the video, depending on where you're watching this, and see you in the next stream. Bye bye.